Picture, if you will, the year 1666. The Caribbean stretches before you like a vast blue canvas, dotted with islands that seem to float like emeralds in the tropical sun. Among these islands lies New Providence, a modest piece of land measuring barely 21 miles long and 7 miles wide. It's unremarkable in every way, save for one crucial feature: its natural harbor at Nassau. This harbor, deep enough to accommodate the largest ships of the era, yet sheltered from the violent storms that regularly swept across the Caribbean, would soon become the epicenter of the most audacious criminal enterprise in maritime history. The Spanish, despite their claims to dominance over the Caribbean, had shown little interest in New Providence. Unlike the larger islands of Cuba, Hispaniola, or Jamaica, New Providence offered no gold mines, no vast plantations suitable for sugar cultivation, and no strategic military advantage that the Spanish could immediately perceive. The island's population in the mid-17th century numbered fewer than 1,000 souls, mostly subsistence farmers, fishermen, and the occasional trader who found the island's isolation appealing for reasons that the Spanish authorities preferred not to investigate too closely. But isolation, as history would prove, was precisely what made New Providence valuable. The island sat at the crossroads of the major shipping lanes that connected Europe with the Americas, positioned perfectly to intercept the treasure fleets that carried Spanish gold and silver northward from Peru and Mexico. More importantly, the island's neglect by Spanish authorities meant that it operated in a legal gray area, a place where questions weren't asked and official documents weren't scrutinized too carefully. The transformation of Nassau from a sleepy backwater into a pirate haven didn't happen overnight. It began with the privateersmen who held official commissions from European governments to attack enemy shipping during times of war. During the War of Spanish Succession, which raged from 1701 to 1714, English privateers found New Providence to be an ideal base of operations. The island's harbor could shelter their ships, its merchants could supply their needs, and its isolation meant they could operate with minimal interference from naval authorities. The privateers who first established themselves at Nassau were, by and large, legitimate businessmen operating under the sanction of law. They carried letters of marque from colonial governors, legal documents that authorized them to attack Spanish shipping and seize Spanish property in the name of the English crown. These men saw themselves not as criminals, but as patriotic entrepreneurs, combining profit with service to their nation. They built warehouses along the harbor's edge, established taverns and boarding houses to accommodate their crews, and created a rudimentary but functional society that catered to the needs of men who spent months at sea. The most successful of these early privateers was Henry Jennings, man whose career would illustrate the thin line between legitimate privateering and outright piracy. Jennings had established himself as a respectable merchant in Jamaica before the war, but the opportunities presented by his privateering commission proved too lucrative to resist. Operating from Nassau, Jennings and his crew preyed upon Spanish shipping with remarkable success, capturing vessels loaded with silver, gold, and precious goods bound for Spain. What made Jennings particularly effective was his understanding of the Spanish treasure fleet system. The Spanish had developed a complex schedule for their treasure shipments, with fleets departing from specific ports at predetermined times of year. Jennings studied these patterns with the dedication of a scholar, noting the routes taken by different fleets, the typical size of their escorts, and the most vulnerable points in their journeys. This intelligence, combined with Nassau's strategic position, allowed Jennings to intercept Spanish ships with remarkable regularity. The wealth that flowed through Nassau during these years was extraordinary. Spanish silver pieces of 8, the most trusted currency in the Caribbean, changed hands in quantities that would have impressed the treasurers of European kingdoms. Gold dust from Peru, emeralds from Colombia, and pearls from the Caribbean's oyster beds all found their way into Nassau's warehouses. The island's merchants, many of whom had arrived as simple traders, found themselves handling fortunes that exceeded the annual revenues of some European principalities. But the most significant change wasn't economic, it was social. The privateurs who operated from Nassau brought with them a culture that valued individual achievement over inherited status, practical skill over formal education, and personal courage over social connections. These men had earned their positions through their own efforts, not through birth or patronage, and they created a society that reflected these values. Merit mattered more than pedigree, and a man's worth was measured by his contribution to the collective enterprise rather than his family name. The transformation of Nassau's social structure was gradual but profound. The island's original inhabitants, farmers, fishermen, and small traders found themselves increasingly marginalized as the privateers' wealth and influence grew. The privateers didn't simply conduct business in Nassau, it began to shape its governance, its laws, and its priorities. They established their own informal courts to settle disputes, their own system of justice to handle crimes, and their own methods of taxation to fund the infrastructure they required. This process accelerated when the privateurs began recruiting local men to serve on their crews. The island's young men, faced with the choice between a life of subsistence farming and the excitement and potential wealth of privateering, increasingly chose the latter. These local recruits brought with them an intimate knowledge of Caribbean waters, an understanding of local customs and languages, and a familiarity with the region's political complexities that proved invaluable to the privateering enterprise. The success of the Nassau privateers attracted attention from across the Caribbean. Ship captains from Jamaica, Barbados, and the Leeward Islands began using Nassau as a base for their operations. Drawn by the island's combination of strategic location, friendly merchants, and minimal government interference, the harbor that had once sheltered a few dozen fishing boats now accommodated fleets of armed vessels, their decks bristling with cannons and their holds filled with the implements of maritime warfare. Yet even as Nassau prospered, seeds of future conflict were being sown. The Spanish, initially dismissive of the privateers' activities, began to take notice as their shipping losses mounted. Spanish naval patrols became more frequent in the waters around New Providence, and Spanish diplomats began pressing the English government to take action against the privateurs operating from Nassau. The English, caught between their desire to maintain good relations with Spain and their reluctance to interfere with a profitable enterprise, found themselves in an increasingly difficult position. The privateurs themselves were aware of these growing tensions, but they had little incentive to change their behavior. The wealth they were accumulating in Nassau represented opportunities that few of them could have imagined in their former lives. Men who had started as common seamen found themselves commanding fleets, owning warehouses, and enjoying a standard of living that would have been impossible in the rigid social hierarchies of Europe. The prospect of returning to their former circumstances held little appeal, and many began to view Nassau not as a temporary base of operations, but as a permanent home. As the War of Spanish Succession entered its final years, perceptive observers might have noticed subtle changes in the behavior of Nassau's privateers. Their attacks on Spanish shipping became more frequent and more aggressive. Their interpretation of their legal commissions became more flexible, and their willingness to cooperate with colonial authorities became more conditional. The line between legitimate privateering and outright piracy was beginning to blur, and Nassau was becoming something unprecedented in the Caribbean. A place where men could operate outside the traditional bounds of law and society, while still maintaining the pretense of legitimacy. But what would happen when the war ended and their legal commissions expired? Would these men, accustomed to wealth and independence, willingly return to the constraints of normal society? Or would they find other ways to continue their profitable enterprise, regardless of its legal status? The answer to these questions would determine not only the fate of Nassau, but the future of piracy in the Caribbean. The Treaty of Utrecht, signed in 1713, brought the War of Spanish Succession to an official end. But for the hundreds of privateers who had made Nassau their home, the treaty represented not peace, but catastrophe. Overnight, their letters of marque became worthless pieces of paper. Their legal authorization to attack Spanish shipping vanished, and their entire way of life was rendered illegal. The transformation from respected privateer to wanted pirate required no change in behavior, only a change in legal status. The immediate aftermath of the treaty created a crisis that would reshape the Caribbean for decades to come. Approximately 2,000 privateers found themselves suddenly unemployed, with no legal means of supporting themselves or their families. These were not ordinary seamen who could easily find work on merchant vessels. They were experienced naval combatants who had spent years perfecting the art of maritime warfare. Their skills were highly specialized and, in peacetime, largely unmarketable through legitimate channels. The response to this crisis revealed the true character of Nassau's privateer community. Rather than accept their changed circumstances and seek employment elsewhere, many chose to continue their operations without legal sanction. The transition from privateering to piracy was seamless in practical terms: the same ships, the same crews, the same tactics, and the same targets. Only the legal justification had changed. And for men who had grown accustomed to Nassau's relaxed attitude toward legal niceties, this seemed a minor consideration. The first prominent figure to emerge from this post-war chaos was Benjamin Hornigold, a man whose name would become synonymous with Nassau's transformation into a pirate republic. Hornigold had served as a privateer during the war, operating from Nassau with considerable success. When peace was declared, he faced the same choice as his colleagues: abandon his profitable career or continue it without legal authorization. Hornigold chose the latter, and his decision would have profound consequences for the future of piracy in the Caribbean. What made Hornigold significant was not merely his individual choice to become a pirate, but his ability to organize and lead others who made the same choice. In the months following the Treaty of Utrecht, Hornigold began gathering around him a confederation of like-minded individuals who shared his reluctance to abandon their maritime careers. These men, many of whom had served together during the war, formed the nucleus of what would become known as the Flying Gang, the loose association of pirates who would dominate Caribbean waters for the next decade. The Flying Gang was unlike any criminal organization that had previously existed in the Caribbean. Rather than operating as a single, hierarchical entity, it functioned more like a confederation of independent operators who shared resources, information, and mutual support. Individual captains maintained their autonomy, choosing their own targets and managing their own crews. But they could call upon the collective strength of the group when facing serious threats. This structure proved remarkably effective, combining the flexibility of individual operation with the security of group membership. Nassau's transformation into a pirate haven accelerated rapidly under Hornigold's influence. The island's merchants, who had profited handsomely from the privateers' activities during the war, saw little reason to change their business practices simply because their customers' legal status had changed. They continued to purchase captured goods, provide supplies and services, and facilitate the financial transactions that kept the pirate economy functioning. The distinction between legitimate commerce and criminal enterprise became increasingly meaningless in Nassau's markets. The pirate community that emerged in Nassau during this period was remarkably diverse. English privateers formed the largest group, but they were joined by French corsairs displaced by the end of the war, Spanish sailors who had deserted from treasure fleets, Dutch merchants who had turned to piracy when their trading ventures failed, and even former slaves who had escaped from plantations and found acceptance in the egalitarian society of Nassau's pirates. This diversity created a unique culture that blended elements from across the Caribbean and beyond. The most striking aspect of Nassau's pirate society was its democratic character. Unlike the rigid hierarchies that characterized both military and merchant vessels, pirate crews operated according to principles that were remarkably egalitarian. Captains were elected by their crews and could be removed by vote if they proved incompetent or unpopular. Major decisions were made collectively, with each crew member having a voice in determining the ship's course, its targets, and the distribution of captured wealth. This democratic approach extended to Nassau's governance, where the pirate community began to establish its own informal institutions and procedures. The most famous example of this democratic governance was the emergence of Thomas Barrow as an unofficial leader of Nassau's pirate community. Barrow, who had arrived in Nassau as a common seaman, rose through the ranks of the flying gang through his intelligence, charisma, and ability to mediate disputes between different pirate factions. By 1716, he had proclaimed himself governor of New Providence, a title that carried no legal authority but was widely recognized by the island's pirate population. Barrow's governorship was unlike any other colonial administration in the Caribbean. He held no commission from any European government, controlled no military forces beyond those voluntarily provided by his supporters, and derived his authority entirely from the consent of Nassau's pirate community. Yet, under his leadership, Nassau developed a functioning government that managed to maintain order among several thousand armed and potentially volatile individuals. Courts were established to settle disputes, taxes were collected to fund public works, and regulations were enacted to govern the behavior of both pirates and merchants. The success of Nassau's pirate government was particularly remarkable given the challenges it faced. The island's population had swelled to over 3,000 by 1717, most of whom were young men accustomed to violence and unaccustomed to authority. The potential for conflict was enormous, yet Nassau experienced relatively little internal violence. During this period, the stability was achieved through a combination of strong leadership, fair governance, and the recognition that internal conflict would ultimately benefit no one. The economic engine that powered Nassau's pirate republic was remarkably sophisticated. The island's merchants had developed an efficient system for converting captured goods into liquid assets, using a network of contacts throughout the Caribbean to dispose of everything from Spanish silver to Chinese silk. Nassau's warehouses served as distribution centers for pirate plunder, with goods flowing in from successful raids and flowing out to markets in Jamaica, Barbados, and even the North American colonies. The scale of Nassau's pirate economy was enormous. Conservative estimates suggest that the island's pirates captured goods worth over 100,000 pounds annually during the peak years of the Pirate Republica, some that would exceed $20 million in modern currency. This wealth supported not only the pirates themselves, but also the merchants, craftsmen, and service providers who catered to their needs. Nassau's economy had become entirely dependent on piracy, creating a vested interest in the continuation of pirate activities that extended far beyond the pirate community itself. The social structure that emerged in Nassau during this period was unlike anything else in the Caribbean. The traditional divisions between social classes had little meaning in a society where a man's worth was measured by his courage, skill, and contribution to the collective enterprise. Former gentlemen served alongside former slaves, with their previous social status mattering far less than their current abilities. This egalitarian approach created a sense of solidarity and mutual obligation that helped maintain stability within the pirate community. Yet even as Nassau flourished as a pirate haven, external pressures were mounting. The Spanish government, frustrated by the continuing attacks on their shipping, began demanding action from the English crown. English merchants, whose legitimate trading activities were being disrupted by pirate attacks, added their voices to the calls for intervention. The colonial governments of Jamaica, Barbados, and the other English colonies found themselves in the awkward position of officially condemning piracy, while unofficially benefiting from the wealth that pirate activities brought into the Caribbean. Economy. The most significant external threat came from the Royal Navy, which began to take a more active interest in Caribbean piracy as diplomatic pressure mounted. Naval patrols in the waters around Nassau became more frequent and more aggressive, and several pirate vessels were captured or destroyed in encounters with Royal Navy ships. The pirates responded by improving their intelligence networks, developing more sophisticated tactics, and strengthening their mutual support systems. But the growing naval presence represented a clear threat to their continued operations. By 1718, Nassau's pirate republic had reached the height of its power and influence. The island's harbor sheltered over a dozen pirate vessels. Its warehouses were filled with captured goods, and its population had swelled to nearly 4,000. The Flying Gang, under Hornigold's leadership, controlled shipping lanes throughout. The Caribbean and Nassau had become the unofficial capital of the pirate world. Yet beneath this apparent success lay growing tensions and unresolved contradictions that would ultimately prove fatal to the pirate republic. The question facing Nassau's pirate community was whether their remarkable experiment in democratic governance and economic cooperation could survive the mounting external pressures. Could a society built on criminal enterprise maintain its internal cohesion when faced with determined opposition from the world's most powerful naval force? The answer would determine not only the fate of Nassau, but the future of piracy throughout. The Caribbean, the years 1718 to 1720 marked both the zenith and the beginning of the end for Nassau's pirate republic. During this period, the island achieved a level of organization and prosperity that would have impressed colonial administrators throughout the Caribbean. Yet the very success that made Nassau remarkable also made it an irresistible target for those who sought to destroy it. The paradox of Nassau's final years lay in the fact that its greatest achievements contained the seeds of its ultimate downfall. The pirate community that had emerged in Nassau by 1718 was far more sophisticated than popular imagination might suggest. The stereotypical image of pirates as drunken, disorganized rabble bore little resemblance to the reality of Nassau's inhabitants. These men had developed complex systems of governance, established intricate trade networks, and created a society that, while certainly operating outside the bounds of conventional law, functioned with remarkable efficiency and stability. The most famous resident of Nassau during this period was Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard, who had arrived in Nassau in 1717 as a member of Benjamin Hornigold's crew. Teach embodied both the strengths and the contradictions of Nassau's pirate society. He was undoubtedly one of the most skilled and successful pirates of his generation, capable of commanding respect from both his crew and his enemies. Yet he was also increasingly independent, unwilling to subordinate his personal ambitions to the collective needs of the pirate community. Blackbeard's career illustrates the tensions that existed within Nassau's pirate republic. The democratic principles that governed pirate society were intended to prevent the emergence of autocratic leaders who might exploit their followers for personal gain. Yet the same principles that protected ordinary pirates from exploitation also made it difficult to maintain discipline and coordination among the various pirate crews. Blackbeard's growing independence reflected this fundamental tension between democratic ideals and the practical necessities of leadership. The economic success of Nassau during this period was extraordinary. The island's pirates had developed what amounted to a sophisticated commercial enterprise, with specialized roles for different types of vessels and crew members. Fast, lightly armed sloops were used for reconnaissance and the pursuit of merchant vessels, while heavily armed ships provided the firepower necessary to overcome resistance. Shore-based operations included intelligence gathering, logistics coordination, and the complex process of converting captured goods into liquid assets. The efficiency of Nassau's pirate economy was particularly evident in the development of what might be called pirate protocols, standardized procedures for conducting raids, dividing plunder, and managing the various administrative tasks necessary to maintain a large-scale criminal enterprise. These protocols were refined through trial and error over several years, creating a system that maximized both the success rate of pirate operations and the satisfaction of individual participants. The social structure of Nassau's pirate community during this period was remarkably stable despite its unconventional nature. The island's population had grown to nearly 5,000 by 1719, including not only active pirates but also their families, the merchants who served them, and the various craftsmen and service providers who had been drawn to Nassau by the opportunities it offered. This diverse population coexisted with remarkably little conflict, bound together by mutual dependence and shared interests. The key to Nassau's social stability lay in its system of distributed authority. Rather than concentrating power in the hands of a single leader, the pirate community had evolved a complex network of relationships that balanced competing interests and prevented the emergence of destabilizing conflicts. Different pirate captains controlled different aspects of the island's operations, with their authority overlapping and intersecting in ways that created multiple checks and balances. This distributed authority system was exemplified by the relationship between Blackbeard and Charles Vane, two of Nassau's most prominent pirate captains during this period. Vane had established himself as a skilled and successful pirate, but his methods and priorities differed significantly from those of Blackbeard. Where Blackbeard favored dramatic confrontations and psychological warfare, Vane preferred stealth and surprise. Where Blackbeard was willing to take enormous risks for the possibility of enormous rewards, Vane was more cautious and calculating. The coexistence of these different approaches within Nassau's pirate community was possible because the island's governance structure accommodated diversity rather than requiring conformity. Different pirate crews could pursue different strategies, target different types of vessels, and operate in different areas of the Caribbean, all while maintaining their membership in the larger pirate community. This flexibility was one of Nassau's greatest strengths, allowing the Pirate Republic to adapt to changing circumstances and exploit a wide range of opportunities. The cultural achievements of Nassau's pirate community during this period were as remarkable as its economic and political successes. The island had developed its own distinctive customs, traditions, and forms of entertainment that reflected the unique character of pirate society. Music played a particularly important role in Nassau's culture, with shanties, ballads, and instrumental pieces that celebrated the adventures and achievements of the pirate community. These musical traditions would outlast the Pirate Republic itself, spreading throughout the Caribbean and eventually becoming part of the region's cultural heritage. The most significant cultural development was the emergence of a distinctive pirate code of conduct that governed behavior both at sea and on shore. This code, which varied somewhat between different pirate crews, typically included provisions for the democratic selection of officers, the fair division of plunder, compensation for injuries sustained in battle, and the punishment of serious crimes. The code served as both a practical guide for managing crew relationships and a symbolic expression of the values that distinguished pirate society from conventional maritime organizations. The success of Nassau's Pirate Republic attracted attention from across the Caribbean and beyond. Colonial officials in Jamaica, Barbados, and the other English colonies found themselves in the awkward position of officially condemning piracy, while privately admiring the organizational abilities of Nassau's pirates. Some colonial merchants began to consider whether the pirate model might be adapted for legitimate commercial purposes, leading to experiments with democratic crew management and profit-sharing arrangements on conventional merchant vessels. More ominously, Nassau's success also attracted the attention of those who saw the Pirate Republic as a threat to established order. The Spanish government, which had been pressing for action against Caribbean piracy since the end of the War of Spanish Succession, began to mount a more coordinated campaign against Nassau. Spanish naval patrols in the waters around New Providence became more frequent and more aggressive, and Spanish diplomats intensified their pressure on the English government to take decisive action. The English response to Spanish pressure was complicated by the fact that Nassau's pirates, while technically criminals, were also English subjects whose activities primarily harmed Spain rather than England. Many English officials were reluctant to take action against Nassau, seeing the pirate republic as a useful tool for weakening Spanish power in the Caribbean. This ambivalence was reflected in the appointment of Woodes Rogers as governor of the Bahamas in 1718, with instructions to end piracy in the region but limited resources to accomplish this task. Rogers arrived in Nassau in July 1718 with a small fleet of warships and a royal pardon for any pirate who had abandoned his criminal career. His arrival marked the beginning of the end for Nassau's pirate republic, though the end would come slowly and with considerable resistance from the pirate community. Rogers' initial approach was conciliatory, offering pardons and legitimate employment to any pirate willing to accept royal authority. Some pirates, including Benjamin Hornigold, accepted Rogers' offer and transitioned from piracy to pirate hunting. The division within Nassau's pirate community between those willing to accept pardons and those determined to continue their criminal careers created tensions that had been largely absent during the Republic's earlier years. Blackbeard, Charles Vane, and other prominent pirates rejected Rogers' offer and prepared to resist the reimposition of royal authority. This resistance took various forms, from open defiance to elaborate schemes designed to continue pirate operations, while maintaining the appearance of compliance with royal authority. The most dramatic example of this resistance was the October 1718 gathering of Blackbeard and Charles Vane's crews on Ocracoke Island, North Carolina. This week-long celebration, which brought together nearly 400 pirates, was both a demonstration of the continuing strength of the pirate community and a symbolic rejection of Rogers' authority. The gathering featured elaborate feasts, musical performances, and various competitions that celebrated the achievements of the pirate republic and reaffirmed the bonds that held the pirate community together. Yet, even as Nassau's pirates celebrated their achievements and defied royal authority, the forces arrayed against them were growing stronger. The Royal Navy had begun to take a more active interest in Caribbean piracy, deploying additional ships and resources to the region. Colonial governments were coming under increasing pressure to cooperate with anti-piracy efforts, and the merchants who had profited from pirate activities were beginning to reconsider their relationships with the pirate community. The question facing Nassau's remaining pirates was whether their remarkable experiment in democratic governance and economic cooperation could survive the mounting external pressures. The pirate republic had achieved something unprecedented in the Caribbean: a functioning society that combined individual freedom with collective responsibility, democratic governance with effective leadership, and economic success with social stability. Yet the very success that made Nassau remarkable also made it an irresistible target for those who saw it as a threat to established order. Could Nassau's pirates find a way to preserve their achievements while adapting to the new realities of increased royal authority and naval pressure? Or would their refusal to compromise ultimately lead to the destruction of everything they had built? The answer would determine not only the fate of Nassau, but the future of piracy throughout the Caribbean and beyond. Imagine yourself standing on the swaying deck of a pirate vessel in the year 1719. The Caribbean sun burning overhead and the salt spray of the endless ocean misting your face. Before you stretches a scene that would confound the expectations of any landlubber, not the chaotic, drunken rabble of popular imagination, but a remarkably ordered society governed by principles that would have seemed revolutionary to the crowned heads of Europe. Here, Aboard these floating republics, ordinary seamen had achieved something that political philosophers could only dream of: a functioning democracy built on the consent of the governed. The transformation of these men from the subjects of alert, autocratic ship captains to the citizens of maritime democracies was neither sudden nor accidental. It grew from the harsh realities of life aboard merchant and naval vessels, where common sailors endured conditions that would have shocked the conscience of any reasonable observer. On merchant ships, sailors were paid pittances for backbreaking, labor fed maggoty biscuits and rancid meat, and subjected to the arbitrary whims of captains who wielded absolute authority over their crews. Naval vessels were little better, with the added horrors of impressment, the practice of forcing men into service against their will, and the brutal discipline that included flogging, keel-hauling, and other forms of corporal punishment that left men scarred for life. The pirates who emerged from these conditions carried with them a deep understanding of what they were rebelling against. They had experienced firsthand the crushing weight of absolute authority, the degradation of being treated as expendable resources rather than human beings, and the bitter irony of creating wealth for others while remaining impoverished themselves. When they turned to piracy, they were not simply seeking easy money. They were creating an alternative society based on principles of fairness, democracy, and mutual respect that stood in stark contrast to the hierarchical systems they had fled. The foundation of pirate society was the ship's articles, written constitution that governed every aspect of life aboard the vessel. These articles, which varied from ship to ship but shared common elements, represented one of the earliest examples of democratic governance in the New World. Every member of the crew was required to sign the articles in a formal ceremony, typically conducted with great solemnity and often involving the swearing of oaths on a Bible or other sacred object. This ceremony was not merely symbolic. It represented the transformation of a collection of individuals into a unified community with shared rights and responsibilities. The democratic nature of pirate society was most evident in the selection of officers. Unlike merchant or naval vessels, where captains were appointed by ship owners or naval authorities, pirate captains were elected by the crew and could be removed by vote if they proved incompetent or tyrannical. This electoral system extended to other officers as well, with quartermaster, boatswain, and other key positions filled by men who had earned the respect and confidence of their shipmates. The result was a leadership structure based on merit and consensus rather than birth or appointment from above, the most remarkable aspect of pirate democracy was its comprehensiveness. Major decisions affecting the crew, such as which vessels to attack, how to divide captured treasure, or whether to accept new members, were made by majority vote after open debate. Every man had the right to speak his mind, to propose alternatives, and to argue for his position. This democratic process was not limited to moments of crisis. It was a daily reality that governed everything from the distribution of food and water to the punishment of minor infractions. The economic structure of pirate society was equally revolutionary. Rather than receiving fixed wages, crew members shared in the profits of their enterprise according to predetermined formulas spelled out in the ship's articles. A typical distribution might allocate to shares to the captain, 1.5 shares to the quartermaster, and 1 share to each ordinary crew member, with additional shares for skilled specialists such as the ship's carpenter, surgeon, or musician. This system ensured that every man had a direct stake in the success of the voyage, and that wealth was distributed far more equitably than in conventional maritime enterprises. The daily routine aboard a pirate vessel reflected these democratic principles in countless small ways. Unlike merchant ships, where sailors were divided into rigid hierarchies with different accommodations, different food, and different privileges, pirate crews shared common quarters, ate the same meals, and enjoyed the same recreational activities. The captain might have a private cabin for conducting business and receiving guests, but he ate with the crew, participated in their entertainments, It was expected to be available for consultation at any time. The discipline maintained aboard pirate vessels was perhaps the most surprising aspect of their society. Far from the lawless chaos one might expect, pirate crews operated under strict codes of conduct that were, in many ways, more comprehensive and more fairly enforced than the regulations governing merchant or naval vessels. The ship's articles typically included detailed provisions regarding theft, fighting, gambling, drinking, and sexual conduct, with punishments ranging from loss of shares to marooning for serious offenses. The enforcement of these regulations was itself a democratic process. Accusations of misconduct were heard by the entire crew, with the accused having the right to present a defense and call witnesses. Punishments were decided by vote, with the severity of the sentence reflecting the crew's collective judgment of the seriousness of the offense. This system of justice, while rough by modern standards, was far more equitable than the arbitrary punishment that characterized other maritime organizations. The social structure that emerged from these democratic principles was remarkably egalitarian. Traditional markers of social status: birth, education. Previous wealth meant little in a society where a man's worth was measured by his contribution to the collective enterprise. Former gentlemen served alongside former slaves, with their previous social position mattering far less than their current abilities and commitment to the crew. This egalitarian approach created a sense of solidarity and mutual obligation that helped maintain cohesion within the pirate community. The diversity of pirate crews was extraordinary by the standards of the time. English sailors formed the largest group, but they were joined by French, Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese, and African crew members who had found in piracy an opportunity for advancement that would have been impossible in conventional society. This diversity was not merely tolerated, but actively valued. As different crew members brought different skills, languages, and knowledge that enhanced the effectiveness of the enterprise, the role of African crew members was particularly significant. Many had escaped from slavery and found in piracy not only freedom but equality with their white shipmates. Others had been captured from slave ships and given the choice between continued bondage and joining the pirate crew. Those who chose piracy often rose to positions of responsibility and respect, with some becoming officers and a few even becoming captains of their own vessels. This racial integration was unprecedented in the Caribbean and would not be seen again for centuries. The treatment of captured enemies reflected the democratic values of pirate society, unlike naval vessels, which often treated captured seamen as prisoners of war. Pirate crews typically offered captives the opportunity to join their ranks. Those who accepted were welcomed as full members of the crew, with the same rights and responsibilities as any other crew member. This policy not only increased the size of pirate crews, but also demonstrated the inclusive nature of pirate society. The educational aspects of pirate life were often overlooked, but were crucial to the functioning of these maritime democracies. Many crew members were illiterate when they joined, but life aboard a pirate vessel provided opportunities for learning that were rare in conventional society. The need to navigate, calculate shares, keep accounts, and maintain complex equipment created a demand for practical education that the crew collectively met. Skilled crew members taught their knowledge to others, creating a system of mutual education that enhanced the capabilities of the entire crew. The cultural life of pirate crews was rich and varied, reflecting the diverse backgrounds of their members. Music played a central role, with crew members from different traditions sharing songs, instruments, and styles. The sea shanties that emerged from this cultural exchange would outlast the pirate era itself, becoming part of the broader maritime tradition. Storytelling was equally important, with crew members sharing tales of their adventures, their homelands, and their dreams for the future. The relationship between pirate crews and the broader Caribbean community was complex and nuanced. While Pirates were certainly criminals in the eyes of colonial authorities. They were also customers, employers, and neighbors to the merchants, craftsmen, and service providers who inhabited the region's ports. This economic relationship created a web of connections that extended far beyond the pirate community itself, influencing the development of Caribbean society in ways that are still not fully understood. The success of pirate democracy was not universal, and conflicts did arise within crews. However, the mechanisms for resolving these conflicts were built into the democratic structure itself. Disputes could be aired in open debate, grievances could be formally presented to the crew, and ultimate solutions could be reached through the democratic process. This system was not perfect, but it was far more effective than the arbitrary justice that characterized other maritime organizations. The question that haunted these floating democracies was whether their remarkable achievements could survive the mounting external pressures. The democratic principles that governed pirate society were revolutionary for their time, but they were also subversive to the established order. As colonial authorities began to take more aggressive action against piracy, the pirates faced a fundamental challenge. Could their democratic institutions adapt to the realities of increasing persecution? Or would external pressure destroy the very foundations of their remarkable social experiment? The sun rose each morning over the Caribbean with the same relentless predictability that governed the lives of the men who called these waters home. Aboard the pirate vessels that dotted the horizon like predatory birds, the day began not with the harsh commands of a tyrannical captain, but with the gentle stirring of a community that had learned to govern itself through necessity and mutual respect. The contrast between life aboard a pirate ship and the conditions that prevailed on merchant or naval vessels was so stark that it seemed as if these floating democracies existed in an entirely different world. The morning routine aboard a pirate vessel began before dawn, when the watch would change and the new day's activities would commence. Unlike the arbitrary schedules imposed by merchant captains, pirate crews operated according to routines that had been collectively agreed upon, and that reflected the practical necessities of their enterprise. The men rose not to the crack of a whip or the bellowing of an officer, but to the gentle sounds of their shipmates beginning their daily tasks. This civilized beginning set the tone for everything that followed. The first order of business was always the inspection of the vessel itself. Every rope, every sail, every piece of equipment was examined with the careful attention of men who understood that their lives depended on the seaworthiness of their ship. This inspection was not conducted by officers standing apart from the crew, but by the crew members themselves, each taking responsibility for his assigned area. The democratic nature of pirate society extended even to these mundane tasks, with decisions about repairs and maintenance made collectively rather than imposed from above. The preparation and consumption of the morning meal illustrated the egalitarian principles that governed pirate society, where merchant ships typically provided different qualities of food for officers and crew. Pirate vessels operated on the principle of shared hardship and shared abundance. The ship's cook, elected by the crew like any other officer, prepared the same meal for everyone aboard, from the captain to the newest recruit. This shared dining experience reinforced the bonds that held the crew together and reminded everyone that they were partners in their enterprise rather than mere employees. The quality of food aboard pirate vessels was generally superior to that found on merchant ships, not because pirates were naturally better provisioned, but because they had both the means and the motivation to secure better supplies. The wealth generated by successful piracy allowed crews to purchase fresh provisions at regular intervals, while their democratic decision-making process ensured that food quality was a priority rather than an afterthought. The typical pirate diet included fresh meat when available, supplemented by the standard maritime fare of hardtack, dried peas, and salted pork. The hardtack that formed the staple of the pirate diet deserves particular attention, as it exemplified both the challenges and the innovations of maritime life. This simple mixture of flour, water, and salt, baked into rock-hard biscuits, could last for months without spoiling, making it ideal for long voyages. However, hardtack was notoriously difficult to eat, often requiring soaking in water or wine to make it palatable. Pirate crews developed various techniques for improving their hardtack, including grinding it into flour for making pancakes or mixing it with captured delicacies to create more appetizing meals. The social dynamics of mealtime. Aboard pirate vessels were as important as the food itself. Meals were communal affairs where crew members shared not only food, but also news, gossip, and plans for the future. The captain might sit at the head of the table, but he was expected to participate in the general conversation rather than maintaining the aloof dignity that characterized merchant captains. This informal interaction helped maintain the democratic character of pirate society and ensured that information flowed freely throughout the crew. The working day aboard a pirate vessel was organized around the dual necessities of maintaining the ship and pursuing their criminal enterprise. The maintenance tasks were similar to those aboard any sailing vessel: adjusting sails, splicing rope, caulking seams, and countless other jobs that kept the ship functioning. However, the way these tasks were assigned and supervised reflected the democratic principles of pirate society. Rather than receiving orders from above, crew members took responsibility for their assigned areas and worked together to ensure that everything was properly maintained. The pursuit of potential prizes required different skills and a different approach. Pirate crews developed sophisticated intelligence networks that allowed them to track the movements of merchant vessels, identify the most profitable targets, and plan their attacks with military precision. This intelligence gathering was itself a democratic process, with crew members contributing information they had gathered in ports, from other pirates, or through their own observations. The decision about which targets to pursue was made collectively, with crew members debating the potential risks and rewards of different options. The actual pursuit and capture of a prize was the most dramatic and dangerous aspect of pirate life, but it was also the most carefully regulated. The ship's articles typically included detailed provisions governing the conduct of crew members during battle, the treatment of captured enemies, and the division of any treasure that might be secured. These regulations were not merely theoretical, they were actively enforced by the crew members themselves, who understood that their survival depended on maintaining discipline and coordination during combat. The aftermath of a successful capture was perhaps the most revealing aspect of pirate democracy. The captured vessel and its cargo were systematically cataloged, with every item recorded and its value estimated. This process was conducted under the supervision of the quartermaster, but it involved the entire crew, with each member having the right to examine the captured goods and participate in determining their distribution. The democratic nature of this process ensured that everyone felt fairly treated, and that disputes were resolved through collective decision-making rather than arbitrary authority. The evening routine aboard pirate vessels was as carefully structured as the morning activities, though it allowed for more personal time and recreational activities. Unlike merchant ships, where crew members were expected to remain quiet and inactive during their off-duty hours, pirate vessels encouraged socializing, entertainment, and the pursuit of personal interests. This more relaxed approach to discipline reflected the democratic character of pirate society and the recognition that maintaining morale was essential to the success of their enterprise. Music played a central role in pirate recreation, with crew members from different cultural backgrounds sharing their musical traditions and creating new forms of entertainment. The sea shanties that emerged from this cultural exchange served multiple purposes. They provided rhythm for coordinated work, entertainment during leisure hours, and a means of preserving and transmitting the stories and values of pirate society. These songs were not merely entertainment. They were a form of oral history that captured the experiences and aspirations of the pirate community. The question of alcohol consumption aboard pirate vessels was complex and varied from crew to crew. While popular imagination often portrays pirates as perpetually drunk, the reality was more nuanced. Most ship's articles included provisions regulating drinking, recognizing that excessive consumption could undermine the discipline necessary for effective seamanship and combat. However, these regulations were typically more liberal than those found on merchant or naval vessels, reflecting the democratic process by which they were created and the recognition that some degree of alcohol consumption was both traditional and necessary for maintaining morale. The evening hours also provided opportunities for education and self-improvement that were rare in conventional maritime society. Literate crew members often taught reading and writing to their shipmates, while skilled craftsmen shared their knowledge of navigation, gunnery, and other technical subjects. This informal education system was driven by practical necessity. The more skilled crew members the ship had, the more successful it was likely to be, but it also reflected the egalitarian values that skeeved pirate society. The sleeping arrangements aboard pirate vessels were another manifestation of their democratic principles. Unlike merchant ships, where officers enjoyed private cabins while crew members were crowded into communal quarters, pirate vessels typically provided more equitable accommodations. The captain might have a private cabin for conducting business, but the other officers shared quarters with the crew, and the overall allocation of space was more generous than what was typical on merchant vessels. The quality of sleep aboard pirate vessels was generally superior to that found on merchant ships, not only because of better accommodations, but also because of the more civilized behavior of the crew. The ship's articles typically included provisions requiring crew members to respect the sleep of their shipmates, with gambling, drinking, and other potentially disruptive activities moved to the deck after a certain hour. This consideration for others was both a practical necessity and a reflection of the mutual respect that characterized pirate society. The medical care available aboard pirate vessels was often superior to that found on merchant ships, partly because of the democratic process by which ship surgeons were selected, and partly because of the recognition that maintaining the health of the crew was essential to the success of their enterprise. The ship's articles typically included detailed provisions for compensating crew members who were injured in the line of duty, with different rates of compensation for different types of injuries. This system of medical insurance was far more comprehensive than anything available to merchant seamen, and reflected the collective responsibility that pirates felt for the welfare of their shipmates. The social structure that governed relationships between crew members was remarkably sophisticated, balancing individual rights with collective responsibilities in ways that maintained harmony within the confined space of a ship. Disputes between crew members were handled through democratic processes, with formal procedures for presenting grievances and reaching resolutions. This system was not perfect, but it was far more equitable than the arbitrary justice that characterized other maritime organizations. The cultural diversity of pirate crews created unique challenges and opportunities. Crew members from different backgrounds brought different languages, customs, and perspectives that enriched the collective experience, but also required careful management to prevent conflicts. The democratic nature of pirate society provided mechanisms for accommodating this diversity, with decisions made through consensus building rather than the imposition of a single cultural standard. The question of leadership aboard pirate vessels was complex and often misunderstood. While pirates elected their captains and could remove them by vote, effective leadership was still necessary for the success of their enterprise. The most successful pirate captains were those who understood how to work within the democratic system, building consensus rather than imposing their will. This required different skills than those needed for conventional maritime leadership, emphasizing persuasion, negotiation, and the ability to inspire confidence rather than the ability to command obedience. As the day drew to a close aboard these Floating democracies, the crew members faced the same fundamental questions that had driven them to piracy in the first place. They had created a society that was more equitable, more democratic, and more humane than the alternatives available to them in conventional maritime employment. Yet they remained criminals in the eyes of the law, and their remarkable social experiment existed in constant tension with the forces that sought to destroy it. The challenge facing these maritime democracies was whether their internal achievements could survive the external pressures that were mounting against them. Could a society built on democratic principles and mutual respect maintain its character while under attack from the most powerful naval forces in the world? The answer would determine not only the fate of individual pirate crews, but the future of their revolutionary experiment in democratic governance. The bonds that held pirate crews together were forged not in the heat of battle or the excitement of capturing treasure, but in the countless small moments of daily life when men chose to treat each other with dignity and respect rather than exploitation and contempt. By the early 1720s, these bonds had created something unprecedented in the maritime world. Communities of men who had voluntarily chosen to share their fates, their fortunes, and their very lives with one another. Yet these same bonds, strong as they were, would ultimately be tested by forces that no amount of internal solidarity could entirely overcome. The most remarkable aspect of pirate society was how it transformed men who had been brutalized by conventional maritime employment into members of functioning democratic communities. The process was not always smooth or immediate, but it was remarkably consistent across different crews and different periods. Men who had been treated as expendable resources in merchant or naval service found themselves valued as individuals with rights, opinions, and contributions that mattered to their shipmates. The integration of new crew members into pirate society was a carefully managed process that reflected the democratic values of the community. When a merchant vessel was captured, the pirates would typically offer its crew members the choice between continuing in bondage or joining the pirate crew as equals. Those who chose to join underwent a formal initiation process that included signing the ship's articles, swearing loyalty to their new shipmates, and demonstrating their commitment to the collective enterprise. This process was not merely symbolic. It represented a fundamental transformation of identity from subject to citizen. The most challenging aspect of this integration was helping new crew members understand and adapt to the democratic principles that govern pirate society. Men who had spent years or decades under autocratic rule often found it difficult to adjust to a system where their opinions mattered and their voices were heard. The existing crew members took responsibility for educating newcomers about their rights and responsibilities, creating a system of mentorship that helped maintain the democratic character of pirate society across generations of crew members. The economic relationships that governed pirate society were far more complex than simple profit-sharing arrangements. The ship's articles typically included detailed provisions for various contingencies. What happened to a crew member's share if he was injured and unable to work? How resources were allocated for the care of sick or wounded shipmates? What provisions were made for the families of crew members who died in service? These arrangements created a comprehensive system of social insurance that was far more generous than anything available to workers in conventional employment. The treatment of injured crew members was particularly revealing of pirate values. The ship's articles of Bartholomew Roberts, one of the most successful pirates of the era, included specific compensation rates for different types of injuries: 600 pieces of eight for the loss of a right arm, 500 for a left arm, 500 for a right leg, 400 for a left leg, and 100 for the loss of an eye or finger. These provisions were not merely theoretical, they were actively enforced, with injured crew members receiving their compensation, even when it represented a significant financial burden for the crew. The social dynamics of pirate crews were shaped by the constant awareness that they were outlaws, whose very existence was threatened by the naval forces that sought to destroy them. This shared danger created a sense of solidarity that transcended the differences of background, nationality, or race that might have divided them in conventional society. The knowledge that they could depend on each other in life or death situations created bonds of trust and mutual obligation that were stronger than those found in most legitimate organizations. The leadership structure of pirate crews evolved to meet the unique challenges of their situation. The most successful pirate captains were those who understood that their authority depended on the continued consent of their crew members. This required a different approach to leadership than that used in conventional maritime organizations, emphasizing consultation, consensus building, and the ability to inspire confidence rather than the ability to command obedience. The most famous example of this leadership style was Edward England, who was known for his ability to maintain crew loyalty through fair treatment and democratic decision-making. The cultural life of pirate crews was enriched by the diverse backgrounds of their members, but it was also shaped by the shared experiences of life at sea and the common values that held the community together. The sea shanties that emerged from pirate crews were not merely entertainment. They were a form of oral history that preserved the stories, values, and aspirations of the pirate community. These songs celebrated the achievements of famous pirates, mourned the deaths of beloved shipmates, and expressed the hopes and dreams of men who had chosen freedom over security. The question of romantic relationships aboard pirate vessels was complex and varied from crew to crew. While most ships' articles prohibited the presence of women aboard the vessel, this restriction was not universal, and some crews included women who had chosen to join the pirate community. The most famous examples were Anne Bonny and Mary Read, who served aboard John Rackham's crew and were respected as full members of the pirate community. Their presence challenged conventional assumptions about gender roles and demonstrated the inclusive nature of pirate society. The religious practices of pirate crews were as diverse as their membership, but they were generally characterized by tolerance and mutual respect. The ship's articles typically included provisions for observing the Sabbath, reflecting the importance of maintaining morale and providing opportunities for rest and reflection. However, these provisions were flexible enough to accommodate different religious traditions and practices, with crew members from different backgrounds sharing their beliefs and customs without attempting to impose them on others. The educational activities aboard pirate vessels were driven by practical necessity, but also reflected the democratic values of the community. The need for skilled navigators, gunners, and craftsmen created opportunities for learning that were rare in conventional maritime employment. More importantly, the democratic nature of pirate society meant that knowledge was shared freely rather than being hoarded by a privileged few. This created a culture of mutual education that enhanced the capabilities of the entire crew and provided opportunities for personal advancement that would have been impossible in conventional society. The decision-making processes that governed pirate crews were sophisticated and democratic, but they were also adapted to the practical necessities of life at sea. Major decisions that affected the entire crew were made by majority vote after open debate, but emergency situations required more rapid decision-making. The ship's articles typically included provisions for handling these situations, with the captain given temporary authority to make immediate decisions that could later be reviewed and ratified by the crew. The treatment of captured enemies reflected the values of pirate society and distinguished it from both merchant and naval organizations. Unlike naval vessels, which often treated captured seamen as prisoners of war, pirate crews typically offered captives the opportunity to join their ranks as equals. This policy was not merely pragmatic, though it did serve to increase the size of pirate crews, was also a reflection of the inclusive nature of pirate society and the recognition that many of their captives were fellow victims of the oppressive maritime system. The financial management of pirate crews was far more sophisticated than popular imagination might suggest. The quartermaster, elected by the crew like other officers, was responsible for maintaining detailed records of captured goods, managing the crew's collective resources, and ensuring that shares were distributed fairly according to the ships. Articles, this system required considerable skill and honesty, and quartermasters who failed to meet these standards were quickly removed from office by the democratic process. The medical care available aboard pirate vessels was often superior to that found on merchant ships, not only because of the compensation system for injured crew members, but also because of the democratic process by which ship surgeons were selected and the recognition that maintaining the health of the crew was essential to the success of their enterprise. The ship's surgeon was typically one of the most respected members of the crew, with his skills valued not only for treating injuries, but also for maintaining the general health and morale of the crew. The social structure that governed relationships between crew members was designed to prevent the kinds of conflicts that could destroy the cohesion of the group. The ship's articles typically included detailed provisions for handling disputes, with formal procedures for presenting grievances and reaching resolutions. These procedures were designed to ensure that conflicts were resolved fairly and that the democratic character of the crew was maintained even in times of stress. The cultural achievements of pirate crews were remarkable considering the challenges they faced. The development of sophisticated systems of governance, economics, and social organization represented a significant intellectual achievement that was accomplished by men who had been denied educational opportunities in conventional society. These achievements were not merely practical. They were also philosophical, representing a fundamental reimagining of the relationships between individuals and the communities they belonged to. The question of legacy haunted pirate crews as they faced increasing pressure from naval forces and colonial authorities. They had created something unprecedented in the maritime world: democratic communities that combined individual freedom with collective responsibility, economic success with social justice, and practical effectiveness with moral principles. Yet they were also criminals whose very existence was threatened by the forces of law and order. The challenge facing these maritime democracies was whether their achievements could survive the mounting external pressures or whether their revolutionary experiment in democratic governance would be destroyed by forces they could not control. The answer would determine not only the fate of individual pirate crews, but the future of their remarkable social experiment. Could the bonds of brotherhood that had sustained them through years of danger and uncertainty survive the ultimate test of persecution and destruction? Or would the price of their freedom ultimately prove too high for even the most committed members of their communities to pay? To understand the profound impact that pirates had on global commerce, you must first picture the vast network of trade routes that connected the continents in the 17th century like arteries carrying the lifeblood of empires. The Spanish treasure. Fleets heavy with silver from the mines of Potosi and gold from the mountains of Peru followed carefully planned routes northward through the Caribbean before turning east toward Spain. English merchants sent their ships laden with manufactured goods to the American colonies, returning with tobacco, sugar, and raw materials that fed the growing industries of the home country. French traders carried wine, silk, and luxury goods to their Caribbean colonies, while Dutch merchants, the most efficient traders of the age, seemed to appear in every port with their cargo holds full of whatever goods local markets demanded. Most urgently, this maritime economy was the foundation upon which the great empires of the age were built. The wealth that flowed through these trade routes financed the armies that conquered new territories, the navies that protected existing possessions, and the administrative systems that governed vast colonial empires. Without the steady stream of precious metals from the Americas, Spain could not have maintained its position as a European power. Without the profits from Caribbean sugar plantations, England could not have funded its expansion into North America and India. Without the carrying trade that connected markets across the Atlantic, Dutch merchants could not have accumulated the capital that made Amsterdam the financial center of Europe. The vulnerability of this system was obvious to anyone who understood its structure. The vast distances involved in transatlantic trade meant that ships spent weeks or months at sea, far from the protection of naval forces. The predictable nature of trade routes meant that merchant vessels could be intercepted if their movements were anticipated. The concentration of wealth in relatively few ships meant that a single successful attack could yield enormous profits. Most importantly, the dependence of entire economies on maritime trade meant that even modest disruptions could have far-reaching consequences. The Spanish treasure fleet system exemplified both the wealth and the vulnerability of maritime commerce. Twice each year, fleets of heavily laden galleons would depart from the ports of Cartagena, Portobello, and Veracruz, carrying the accumulated wealth of Spain's American colonies. These fleets, known as the flota, were among the richest prizes in the world, with individual ships sometimes carrying more silver than the annual revenues of European kingdoms. The Spanish authorities were well aware of the risks involved in these voyages and had developed elaborate systems to protect their treasure ships, including naval escorts, fortified harbors, and carefully planned routes designed to minimize exposure to enemy action. Yet the very measures taken to protect the treasure fleets also revealed their vulnerability. The need for heavy naval escorts indicated that the Spanish authorities expected their ships to be attacked. The construction of massive fortifications at ports like Cartagena and Havana demonstrated that even harbors were not entirely secure. The rigid adherence to predetermined routes and schedules, while necessary for coordination with naval escorts, also made it easier for enemies to anticipate and intercept the fleets. The English colonial trade presented different opportunities and challenges for potential attackers. English merchants typically operated smaller, faster ships that relied on speed and maneuverability rather than heavy armament for protection. These vessels carried diverse cargoes that were valuable but not as concentrated as Spanish treasure shipments. The English colonial system was also more decentralized than the Spanish system, with trade flowing through multiple ports rather than being concentrated in a few major harbors. The most vulnerable aspect of English colonial trade was the triangular trade system that connected England, Africa, and the Americas. Ships would depart from English ports with manufactured goods, trade these goods for slaves on the African coast, transport the slaves to American colonies, and return to England with colonial products. This system created predictable patterns of movement that could be exploited by anyone with sufficient knowledge and resources. More importantly, the profits from this trade were so enormous that even partial disruption could significantly impact English colonial economies. The Dutch trade network was perhaps the most sophisticated of the age, connecting markets across Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas through a web of commercial relationships that seemed to encompass every profitable opportunity. Dutch merchants had developed techniques for reducing risk and maximizing profit that were far in advance of their competitors, including innovative forms of insurance, credit arrangements, and market intelligence. However, the very efficiency of the Dutch system also made it vulnerable to disruption, as the interconnected nature of their trade networks meant that problems in one area could quickly spread to others. The African slave trade represented one of the most profitable and most vulnerable aspects of the Atlantic economy. The profits from this trade were enormous, with successful voyages yielding returns that could exceed 100% of the original investment. However, the slave trade also required substantial capital investment, careful planning, and considerable risk-taking. Ships engaged in the slave trade were particularly vulnerable to attack because they carried valuable human cargo that could not be easily defended and because the extended duration of slaving voyages exposed them to danger for months at a time. The economic impact of early piracy, even before the Golden Age proper, was significant enough to attract the attention of European governments and colonial authorities. French corsairs operating from bases in the Caribbean had disrupted Spanish trade to such an extent that the Spanish government was forced to reorganize its treasure fleet system and increase its naval expenditures. English privateers, operating under letters of marque during various European conflicts, had captured Spanish vessels worth millions of pesos, wealth that flowed into English colonial economies and helped finance their expansion. The transformation of some English privateers into pirates at the end of the War of Spanish Succession marked a crucial turning point in the economic history of the Caribbean. These men had learned to identify and exploit the vulnerabilities of the maritime trade system during their legal careers as privateers. They had developed the skills, knowledge, and connections necessary to operate successfully in the dangerous world of maritime commerce. Most importantly, they had demonstrated that determined individuals with relatively modest resources could capture wealth that exceeded the annual revenues of small European states. The economic opportunities available to pirates were not limited to the capture of treasure ships. The complex system of maritime trade created numerous opportunities for profitable criminal activity. Pirates could intercept merchant vessels carrying valuable cargoes, capture slave ships, and sell their human cargo, seize supply ships carrying materials essential to colonial economies, and even attack fishing fleets and cargo vessels engaged in local trade. The diversity of these opportunities meant that pirates could adapt their activities to changing circumstances and could continue to profit even when specific trade routes were better protected. The geographic advantages of the Caribbean made it an ideal base for piratical operations. The region's numerous islands provided hiding places and safe harbors for pirate vessels, while its position at the center of major trade routes ensured a constant flow of potential prizes. The warm climate and abundant natural resources made it possible for pirates to sustain themselves for extended periods without depending on outside support. Most importantly, the weak governmental control in many parts of the Caribbean meant that pirates could operate with relative impunity as long as they avoided direct confrontation with major naval forces. The social and economic conditions in the Caribbean also favored the development of piracy. The region's plantation economies created a demand for goods and services that legitimate merchants could not always satisfy, providing opportunities for pirates to dispose of their captured goods. The harsh treatment of sailors on merchant and naval vessels created a ready supply of recruits for pirate crews. The corruption and inefficiency of colonial governments meant that pirates could often operate with the tacit cooperation of local officials who benefited from their activities. The intelligence networks that pirates developed to support their operations were remarkably sophisticated. Pirates maintained contacts in major ports throughout the Caribbean who provided information about the movements of merchant vessels, the schedules of treasure fleets, and the activities of naval forces. These networks were essential to the success of pirate operations. They allowed pirates to identify profitable targets while avoiding dangerous encounters with superior forces. The economic impact of piracy began to be felt throughout the Caribbean and beyond as early as the 1660s. Spanish colonial authorities reported significant losses to pirate attacks, with some treasure shipments being completely intercepted before reaching Spain. English colonial governors complained that pirate activities were disrupting legitimate trade and undermining the stability of colonial economies. Dutch merchants, despite their efficiency and sophistication, found themselves unable to completely protect their shipping from pirate attacks. The question that emerged from these early encounters was whether piracy represented a temporary disruption that could be contained by increased naval protection, or whether it represented a fundamental challenge to the existing system of maritime commerce. The answer would determine not only the fate of individual merchants and colonial economies, but the future of the global trade networks that connected the continents. Could the existing system of maritime commerce adapt to the threat posed by organized piracy, or would new forms of protection and organization be necessary to preserve the wealth and stability of the Atlantic world? The end of the War of Spanish Succession in 1713 unleashed upon the Caribbean a force that would fundamentally alter the economic landscape of the Atlantic world. Thousands of unemployed privateers suddenly stripped of their legal authorization to attack enemy shipping faced a choice that would reshape maritime commerce for decades to come. They could return to the harsh realities of legitimate maritime employment, accepting the brutal conditions and pittance wages that characterized merchant service, or they could continue their lucrative careers without legal sanction, transforming from patriotic privateers into criminal pirates. The overwhelming majority chose the latter path, and their decision would create what can only be described as the first systematic campaign of economic terrorism in the modern world. The scale of the disruption that followed was unprecedented in the history of maritime commerce. Conservative estimates suggest that pirates operating from Nassau and other Caribbean bases captured over 2,400 vessels between 1716 and 1726, with the total value of their prizes exceeding £2 million, some equivalent to approximately $400 million in modern currency. These figures, staggering as they are, only represent the direct losses from pirate attacks. The indirect costs increased insurance premiums, higher crew wages, delayed voyages, and abandoned trade routes were far greater and had lasting effects on the development of Atlantic commerce. The pirates' understanding of the maritime economy was sophisticated and comprehensive. They had spent years studying the patterns of legitimate trade, learning the schedules of treasure fleets, identifying the most profitable shipping routes, and developing intelligence networks that spanned the entire Caribbean. This knowledge gained during their legal careers as privateers enabled them to target the most valuable aspects of the trade system with devastating effectiveness. They knew which ships carried the most valuable cargoes, which routes were most vulnerable to attack, and which ports offered the best opportunities for disposing of captured goods. The Spanish treasure fleet system, despite its elaborate defenses, proved particularly vulnerable to pirate attack. The predictable schedules of the flota, necessary for coordination with naval escorts, also made it easier for pirates to anticipate and intercept the treasure ships. The concentration of enormous wealth in relatively few vessels meant that a single, successful attack could yield profits that exceeded the annual revenues of entire pirate communities. Most importantly, the Spanish authorities' reliance on traditional defensive measures, heavy naval escorts, and fortified harbors proved inadequate against the innovative tactics employed by Caribbean pirates. The most devastating blow to Spanish commerce came in 1715, when a hurricane destroyed an entire treasure fleet off the coast of Florida. The fleet, carrying an estimated 14 million pesos in gold and silver, scattered along the Florida coast, creating an unprecedented opportunity for salvage operations. Spanish authorities immediately began recovery efforts, but they faced competition from English privateers and pirates who saw the scattered treasure as a more attractive target than the well-defended fleets that normally carried Spanish wealth. The resulting salvage operations, which continued for years, disrupted Spanish plans for treasure recovery and demonstrated the vulnerability of even the most carefully planned maritime operations. Henry Jennings, operating from Nassau, emerged as the most successful of the treasure salvagers. His fleet of small, fast vessels could approach the wreck sites, load treasure, and escape before Spanish forces could respond effectively. Jennings' success in salvaging Spanish treasure not only made him wealthy, but also established Nassau as the center of pirate operations in the Caribbean. The treasure recovered from the 1715 fleet disaster provided the capital that financed the expansion of pirate activities throughout the region and demonstrated the enormous profits that could be gained from attacking Spanish commerce. The impact on English colonial trade was equally severe, though different in character. English merchants, unlike their Spanish counterparts, did not transport their wealth in heavily defended fleets, but relied instead on speed and the dispersal of risk across many smaller vessels. This strategy, while effective against traditional enemies, proved vulnerable to the systematic piracy that emerged in the Caribbean after 1713. Pirates could attack individual English merchant vessels with relative impunity. Knowing that rescue was unlikely and that the diverse cargoes carried by those ships often included items that were easily converted to cash, the triangular trade system that connected England, Africa, and the Americas was particularly vulnerable. 2. Pirate attack. Ships engaged in this trade followed predictable routes and schedules, making them easy targets for pirates with good intelligence networks. The profits from the slave trade were so enormous that even partial disruption could significantly impact English colonial economies. Pirates often targeted slave ships not only for their valuable human cargo, but also for the trade goods and supplies they carried, which could be easily disposed of in Caribbean markets. The economic warfare conducted by Caribbean pirates extended beyond simple robbery to include systematic attacks on the infrastructure of maritime commerce. Pirates targeted not only merchant vessels, but also fishing fleets, supply ships, and even naval vessels that protected commercial shipping. They attacked ports, burned warehouses, and captured coastal settlements that served as bases for legitimate commercial operations. This comprehensive approach to economic disruption was designed to maximize the cost and difficulty of conducting legitimate maritime commerce while creating opportunities for pirates to profit from the chaos they created. The most sophisticated pirates understood that their success depended not only on capturing valuable prizes, but also on creating a functioning economy that could convert stolen goods into usable wealth. Nassau became the center of an elaborate commercial network that included warehouses for storing captured goods, merchants who specialized in disposing of stolen merchandise, and financial services that allowed pirates to convert their irregular income into stable investments. This infrastructure was essential to the success of pirate operations and demonstrated that Caribbean piracy was not merely opportunistic crime, but a systematic alternative to legitimate commerce. The impact on the African slave trade was particularly severe and morally complex. Pirates regularly attacked slave ships, capturing and selling their human cargo while disrupting the brutal but profitable trade that connected Africa with the Americas. Some pirates, particularly those with African crew members, freed captured slaves and recruited them into their crews, creating a form of economic and social disruption that threatened the entire foundation of Caribbean plantation society. The liberation of slaves by pirate crews represented not only an economic loss to plantation owners, but also a challenge to the social order that depended on the subordination of enslaved people. Bartholomew Roberts, perhaps the most successful pirate of the era, epitomized the systematic approach to economic disruption that characterized Caribbean piracy. During his career, Roberts captured over 400 vessels, ranging from small fishing boats to large merchant ships. His success was based not on random attacks, but on careful planning, sophisticated intelligence gathering, and a thorough understanding of the maritime economy. Roberts maintained detailed records of his captures, analyzed the patterns of maritime trade, and developed strategies that maximized his profits while minimizing his risks. The economic impact of Roberts' operations extended far beyond the immediate losses from his attacks. His presence in particular areas was enough to discourage legitimate commercial activity, as merchants chose to avoid routes where they might encounter his fleet. Insurance rates increased dramatically for vessels operating in areas where Roberts was known to be active, and some trade routes were abandoned entirely rather than risk the losses associated with pirate attacks. The fear of Roberts was as economically disruptive as his actual attacks, demonstrating the psychological dimension of the economic warfare conducted by Caribbean pirates. The response of legitimate merchants to the pirate threat revealed the vulnerability of the maritime economy and the difficulty of protecting commerce against determined attackers. Merchant vessels began traveling in convoys, accepting the delays and inefficiencies associated with group travel in exchange for the security provided by numbers. Insurance rates increased dramatically, adding to the cost of maritime trade and reducing the profits available to legitimate merchants. Some merchants hired armed guards or converted their vessels into warships, further increasing the cost of commercial operations and blurring the line between merchant and military activities. The colonial governments of the Caribbean found themselves in an impossible position. They were expected to protect legitimate commerce from pirate attacks, but they lacked the naval resources necessary to patrol the vast expanses of ocean where pirates operated. Many colonial officials found themselves tacitly cooperating with pirates, purchasing stolen goods and providing supplies in exchange for protection from attack. This corruption undermined efforts to suppress piracy and demonstrated the extent to which the colonial economy had become dependent on criminal enterprise. The Dutch, despite their reputation for efficiency and innovation, found their trade networks particularly vulnerable to systematic pirate attacks. The interconnected nature of Dutch commerce meant that disruption in one area quickly spread to others, multiplying the impact of individual pirate attacks. Dutch merchants, accustomed to operating with minimal defensive measures, were forced to reorganize their operations around the threat of piracy, accepting significant increases in cost and complexity in exchange for greater security. The most insidious aspect of the economic war conducted by Caribbean pirates was its impact on maritime insurance, the financial innovation that had made long-distance trade possible for smaller merchants. Insurance companies, faced with massive claims from pirate attacks, were forced to increase their premiums dramatically or exclude coverage for certain routes entirely. This development threatened to restrict maritime trade to only the wealthiest. Merchants who could absorb losses without insurance protection, potentially reversing decades of commercial development that had democratized access to global markets. The intelligence networks that supported pirate operations were themselves a form of economic disruption. Pirates maintained informants in major ports throughout the Caribbean and beyond, gathering information about cargo manifests, sailing schedules, and defensive preparations. These networks not only enabled pirates to identify profitable targets, but also created a climate of suspicion and insecurity that undermined the trust relationships essential to commercial operations. Merchants could never be certain that their plans were secret or that their partners were reliable, adding another layer of risk and uncertainty to already dangerous maritime ventures. The seasonal patterns of pirate activity revealed their sophisticated understanding of the maritime economy. Pirates concentrated their attacks during the periods when the most valuable cargoes were in transit, timing their operations to coincide with the harvest seasons in different colonies, the departure of treasure fleets from Spanish ports, and the arrival of trading vessels from Europe. This strategic timing maximized the economic impact of pirate operations while demonstrating that Caribbean piracy was not random criminal activity, but a systematic challenge to the existing commercial order. The geographic concentration of pirate activities created dead zones in maritime commerce where legitimate trade virtually ceased to exist. The waters around Nassau became so dangerous that Spanish and English merchants alike chose to accept the delays and costs associated with longer routes rather than risk encountering the pirates who controlled the area. These dead zones expanded and contracted based on the activities of major pirate leaders, creating a dynamic geography of commercial risk that merchants had to navigate carefully. The most successful pirates understood that their PTA long stays understood that their economic war had to be sustainable as well as profitable. They needed to capture enough wealth to support their operations without completely destroying the commerce that provided their targets. This balance required careful consideration of the long-term consequences of their actions and the development of strategies that could be maintained over extended periods. The most successful pirate leaders were those who found this balance, creating profitable criminal enterprises that could operate for years without exhausting their sources of wealth. The question facing the maritime powers of the Atlantic was whether the existing system of commercial protection could be adapted to meet the pirate threat, or whether fundamental changes would be necessary to preserve the wealth and stability of global trade. The economic war being conducted by Caribbean pirates was unlike anything that had been seen before, combining the scale of state-sponsored warfare with the flexibility and innovation of criminal enterprise. Could the legitimate powers of the Atlantic world develop responses that were equally systematic and comprehensive? Or would the pirates' understanding of economic vulnerability give them permanent advantages that could not be overcome by conventional defensive measures? The ledger books of Caribbean merchants in the 1720s told a story of unprecedented economic disruption that would have profound consequences for the development of global commerce. Ship after ship was listed as taken by pirates or presumed lost to sea rovers, each entry representing not merely individual tragedy, but a systematic assault on the economic foundations of the Atlantic world. By 1724, Lloyd's of London, the center of maritime insurance, was reporting that 1 in every 4 ships sailing in Caribbean waters was falling victim to pirate attack, a loss rate that threatened to make certain forms of commerce economically impossible. The mathematical precision with which pirates calculated their operations was perhaps their most underappreciated achievement. These men, many of whom had received little formal education, had developed sophisticated understanding of probability, risk assessment, and return on investment that would have impressed the merchants of Amsterdam or London. They knew, with remarkable accuracy, which types of vessels carried the most valuable cargoes, which routes offered the best combination of rich prizes and minimal risk, and which seasonal patterns provided the most profitable opportunities for their criminal enterprise. Charles Vane, operating from Nassau during the peak years of Caribbean piracy, exemplified this mathematical approach to crime. His crew maintained detailed records of their captures, noting not only the value of individual prizes, but also the patterns of success and failure that characterized their operations. These records, discovered years later by colonial authorities, revealed a level of systematic analysis that rivaled the best commercial enterprises of the era. Vane's crew had calculated the average value of different types of merchant vessels, identified the most profitable hunting grounds for each season of the year, and developed strategies for maximizing their returns while minimizing their exposure to naval forces. The impact on Spanish colonial revenues was catastrophic and precisely measurable. The Archivo General de Indias in Seville contains records showing that treasure shipments to Spain declined by more than 60% between 1715 and 1725, with much of this decline attributed directly to pirate attacks and the indirect effects of pirate activity on colonial commerce. The Spanish government, faced with declining revenues at a time when European conflicts required increased military expenditures, was forced to implement new taxes and reorganize its colonial administration to compensate for the losses inflicted by Caribbean pirates. The economic warfare conducted by pirates had ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate losses from individual attacks. The Spanish colonial government of New Spain reported that mining operations in Mexico were being curtailed because the risk of pirate attack made it too expensive to transport silver to coastal ports. Plantation owners in the Caribbean began abandoning their most remote properties because the cost of protection exceeded the potential profits from agricultural production. Entire trading routes were abandoned as merchants concluded that the risks associated with pirate activity outweighed the potential returns from commercial ventures. The English colonial response to pirate activity revealed the complex relationship between legitimate commerce and criminal enterprise in the Caribbean economy. Many English merchants discovered that they could profit more from purchasing goods stolen by pirates than from conducting legitimate trade with Spanish colonies. The markup on pirate goods was often 200% or more below the prices charged by legitimate merchants, creating irresistible opportunities for colonial traders who were willing to overlook the criminal origins of their merchandise. The island of Jamaica became a case study in the economic complexities created by Caribbean piracy. The colonial government officially condemned pirate activity and cooperated with efforts to suppress it. But the island's merchants were among the most active purchasers of pirate goods. The profits from this trade were so enormous that entire sectors of the Jamaican economy became dependent on the continued success of pirate operations. When British naval forces began more aggressively suppressing piracy in the mid-1720s, Jamaica experienced a significant economic recession as merchants struggled to replace the profits they had derived from dealing with pirates. The insurance industry, which had developed in London and Amsterdam to support the expansion of maritime commerce, found itself fundamentally challenged by the systematic nature of Caribbean piracy. Traditional insurance models were based on the assumption that maritime losses would be random and relatively infrequent. But pirate attacks were neither random nor infrequent. They were systematic, predictable, and concentrated in specific areas and time periods. This concentration of risk made it difficult for insurance companies to spread their exposure across enough policies to remain profitable. Lloyd's of London, the most sophisticated maritime insurance market in the world, was forced to completely reorganize its approach to Caribbean trade. Premium rates for vessels sailing to the Caribbean increased by 300% to 500% between 1715 and 1725, making insurance so expensive that many merchants chose to self-insure rather than pay the costs associated with commercial protection. This development had the paradoxical effect of concentrating maritime trade in the hands of the wealthiest merchants who could absorb losses without insurance coverage, potentially reversing decades of commercial democratization. The Dutch response to Caribbean piracy demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of the era's most sophisticated commercial system. Dutch merchants had developed innovative techniques for managing commercial risk, including diversified investment portfolios, flexible trading partnerships, and rapid adaptation to changing market conditions. However, even these innovations proved inadequate against the systematic and comprehensive nature of pirate attacks. The Dutch West India Company, which had been one of the most profitable commercial enterprises in the world, saw its Caribbean operations become unprofitable as pirate activity increased. The African slave trade, perhaps the most profitable aspect of Atlantic commerce, experienced disruptions that had profound social as well as economic consequences. Pirates regularly attacked slave ships, not only for their valuable human cargo, but also because these vessels typically carried trade goods, supplies, and currency that could be easily converted to cash. The Royal African Company reported that more than 20% of its ships were being lost to pirate attacks during the peak years of Caribbean piracy, losses that threatened the profitability of the entire slave trade. The most sophisticated analysis of the economic impact of piracy came from Samuel Bellamy, known as Black Sam, who had developed what amounted to an economic theory of piracy. Bellamy argued that pirates were simply more honest than legitimate merchants, taking their profits through open violence rather than hidden exploitation. His crew maintained detailed records showing that their taxation of maritime commerce was often lower than the profits extracted by legitimate trading companies, and that their redistribution of wealth was more equitable than the systems employed by colonial governments. The colonial government's attempts to calculate the cost of piracy revealed the comprehensive nature of the economic disruption. The governor of Barbados reported in 1724 that pirate activity was costing the island's economy approximately £50,000 annually, equivalent to nearly 25% of the island's total economic output. Similar reports from other Caribbean colonies suggested that piracy was extracting wealth from the legitimate economy at rates that threatened the viability of entire colonial systems. The Spanish government's response to pirate activity included one of the first systematic attempts to calculate the economic impact of organized crime. Spanish colonial administrators compiled detailed records of losses to pirate attacks, indirect costs from disrupted trade, and the expenses associated with increased naval protection. These calculations showed that piracy was costing the Spanish Empire more than £200,000 annually, a sum that exceeded the total revenue from some Spanish colonies. The most revealing aspect of the colonial response to piracy was the extent to which legitimate authorities were willing to adapt their own practices to compete with criminal enterprise. Colonial governments began offering privateering commissions to former pirates, essentially licensing them to continue their attacks against designated enemies. Merchant associations hired armed vessels to protect their shipping, creating private navies that operated with minimal government oversight. Some colonial governors began licensing pirate attacks against enemy commerce, blurring the line between legitimate warfare and criminal enterprise. The economic intelligence networks that supported pirate operations were themselves a form of commercial innovation that legitimate merchants began to adopt. Pirates had developed sophisticated systems for gathering information about cargo manifests, sailing schedules, and market conditions throughout the Caribbean. These networks were often more efficient and comprehensive than the commercial intelligence systems employed by legitimate trading companies, leading some merchants to hire former pirates as commercial agents and intelligence gatherers. The seasonal patterns of pirate activity revealed their sophisticated understanding of the Atlantic economy and their ability to adapt their operations to maximize profits. Pirates concentrated their attacks during the periods when the most valuable cargoes were in transit, timing their operations to coincide with harvest seasons, treasure fleet departures, and the arrival of trading vessels from Europe. This strategic timing demonstrated that Caribbean piracy was not opportunistic crime, but systematic economic warfare. The geographic distribution of pirate attacks showed their ability to identify and exploit the most vulnerable aspects of the maritime trade system. Pirates concentrated their activities in areas where shipping was concentrated but naval protection was minimal, creating what amounted to taxation districts where they could extract wealth from passing commerce with minimal risk. These districts expanded and contracted based on the activities of naval forces, demonstrating the dynamic relationship between criminal enterprise and navy's legitimate authority. The question facing the colonial powers was whether the existing system of maritime commerce could be defended against systematic pirate attack, or whether fundamental changes would be necessary to preserve the profitability of Atlantic trade. The economic war being conducted by Caribbean pirates had revealed vulnerabilities in the commercial system that legitimate authorities had never anticipated. Could these vulnerabilities be addressed through conventional means, or would new forms of commercial organization and protection be necessary to maintain the flow of wealth that connected the continents? The answer would determine not only the fate of individual merchants and colonies, but the future development of the global economy that was emerging from the Atlantic trade networks. The appointment of Woodes Rogers as governor of the Bahamas in 1718 marked the beginning of the colored for the pirate republic that had flourished in Nassau for nearly a decade. Rogers was no ordinary colonial administrator. He was a former privateer himself who understood the minds and methods of the men he was sent to suppress. His selection for this crucial position reflected a fundamental shift in British policy toward Caribbean piracy, from grudging tolerance to determined opposition. The British government had finally concluded that the economic and political costs of allowing piracy to continue outweighed any benefits that might be derived from the unofficial war that pirates waged against Spanish commerce. Rogers arrived in Nassau in July 1718, with a small fleet of warships and a royal proclamation offering pardons to any pirate who would abandon his criminal career and accept royal authority. The pardons were not unconditional. They required public renunciation of piracy, an oath of loyalty to the crown, and often service in the Royal Navy or colonial militia. More importantly, they came with a deadline. Pirates who did not accept the offer by a specified date would be hunted down and destroyed without mercy. The pirate community's response to Roger's arrival revealed the divisions that had been developing within their ranks during the years of their greatest success. Some pirates, led by Benjamin Hornigold, accepted the pardons and transitioned from piracy to pirate hunting, using their knowledge of pirate tactics and hideouts to assist colonial authorities in suppressing their former colleagues. Hornigold's decision was pragmatic. He recognized that the golden age of piracy was ending and chose to align himself with the forces that were likely to prevail in the coming conflict. Other pirates, including Edward Teach and Charles Vane, rejected Rogers' offer and prepared to resist the reimposition of royal authority. Their rejection was based partly on pride. They were unwilling to submit to the same system they had spent years fighting, and partly on calculation. These men had accumulated sufficient wealth to maintain themselves independently and saw little advantage in accepting pardons that would require them to abandon their profitable careers and accept subordinate positions in colonial society. The division within the pirate community was more than a simple disagreement about tactics. It reflected fundamental differences in how different pirates viewed their relationship with legitimate society. Some pirates had always seen their criminal careers as temporary expedients, means of accumulating wealth that would eventually allow them to return to legitimate society in comfortable circumstances. Others had come to view piracy as a permanent alternative to conventional social organization, a way of life that was superior to the hierarchical and exploitative systems that governed legitimate society. The immediate impact of Roger's arrival was dramatic but incomplete. Several hundred pirates accepted the offered pardons, significantly reducing the strength of the pirate community in Nassau. The presence of Royal Navy warships in Nassau Harbor made it impossible for pirates to use the port as openly as they had in previous years. However, the pirates who rejected the pardons simply relocated their operations to other bases, including the Carolinas, Honduras, and various islands throughout the Caribbean that remained beyond the effective reach of colonial authority. The Royal Navy's response to Caribbean piracy represented a significant escalation in the scale and intensity of anti-pirate operations. The Navy had deployed only 2 ships to Caribbean waters in 1670, but by 1718 it maintained more than 124 vessels in the region, with specific orders to hunt down and destroy all remaining pirates. This massive increase in naval presence reflected both the British government's growing concern about piracy and its increasing ability to project naval power across the Atlantic. The new naval strategy emphasized systematic patrols rather than reactive responses to pirate attacks. Naval commanders developed detailed intelligence networks that tracked the movements of known pirates and identified their likely targets and hiding places. This intelligence-driven approach was far more effective than previous efforts to suppress piracy, which had relied primarily on responding to attacks after they had occurred. The systematic nature of the new anti-pirate campaign demonstrated that the British government was prepared to invest whatever resources were necessary to eliminate the pirate threat. The legal framework for suppressing piracy also underwent significant changes during this period. The British government established new admiralty courts in the Caribbean with jurisdiction over piracy cases, eliminating the need to transport captured pirates to England for trial. These courts operated under streamlined procedures that prioritized speed and efficiency over elaborate legal protections, reflecting the government's determination to process large numbers of piracy cases quickly and effectively. The establishment of these new courts was accompanied by changes in the legal definition of piracy itself. The traditional requirement that piracy involve attacks on ships of the pirate's own nationality was eliminated, making it easier to prosecute pirates who had previously escaped punishment by targeting only foreign vessels. The legal penalties for piracy were also clarified and strengthened, with death being the standard punishment for anyone convicted of piratical acts. The political dimensions of the anti-piracy campaign extended far beyond the Caribbean. The British government's decision to suppress piracy reflected broader changes in its relationship with Spain and its approach to colonial governance. The unofficial war that pirates had waged against Spanish commerce had served British interests during periods of formal hostility with Spain. But the British government was now pursuing a more diplomatic approach to Spanish relations that required the suppression of unauthorized attacks on Spanish shipping. The Spanish government had been pressing for British action against Caribbean piracy for years, threatening to take unilateral action if the British failed to control their subjects. Spanish naval forces had already begun attacking pirate vessels in Caribbean waters, creating the potential for incidents that could escalate into formal warfare between Britain and Spain. The British government's decision to suppress piracy was partly motivated by the desire to avoid such incidents and maintain the diplomatic flexibility that was essential to its CRPN policies. The economic interests that had supported piracy during its early years were also changing. British merchants who had profited from purchasing pirate goods were finding that legitimate trade with Spanish colonies was becoming more profitable and less risky than dealing with criminals. The growth of British colonial economies had created new opportunities for legitimate commerce that reduced the relative attractiveness of pirate goods. Most importantly, the disruption that piracy caused to British shipping was beginning to outweigh the benefits that British merchants derived from pirate attacks on Spanish commerce. The first major success of the new anti-piracy campaign came in November 1718, when a Royal Navy expedition led by Lieutenant Robert Maynard tracked down and killed Edward Teach in a bloody battle off the coast of North Carolina. Teach's death was not merely the elimination of a particularly notorious criminal. It was a demonstration that even the most famous and successful pirates could be hunted down and destroyed by determined naval action. The graphic details of Teach's death: he was shot 5 times and cut with swords more than 20 times before finally succumbing, were widely publicized as a warning to other pirates. The execution of Stede Bonnet in Charleston, South Carolina, in the same month demonstrated that colonial authorities were prepared to carry out the death sentences handed down by the new Admiralty courts. Bonnet's case was particularly significant because he was a gentleman by birth and education, not a common sailor driven to piracy by economic desperation. His execution sent the message that social status would provide no protection for those who chose to engage in piracy. The systematic nature of the new anti-piracy campaign was perhaps best illustrated by the fate of Bartholomew Roberts' crew. When Roberts was killed in action against HMS Swallow in February 1722, more than 200 members of his crew were captured and transported to Cape Coast Castle in West Africa for trial. The mass trial that followed resulted in 52 executions, demonstrating both the scale of the anti-piracy effort and the determination of colonial authorities to eliminate piracy through systematic prosecution. The intelligence networks that supported the anti-piracy campaign were as sophisticated as those that had supported pirate operations. Colonial governors, naval commanders, and merchant associations coordinated their efforts to track pirate movements and identify their sources of support. Informants within pirate communities provided detailed information about pirate plans and activities, often in exchange for pardons or financial rewards. This intelligence network was essential to the success of anti-piracy operations and demonstrated the extent to which colonial authorities had learned to fight pirates using their own methods. The economic warfare that had made piracy so successful was gradually turned against the pirates themselves. Colonial authorities began systematically targeting the merchants, suppliers, and other individuals who supported pirate operations. Laws were passed making it illegal to trade with pirates or provide them with supplies, with severe penalties for violations. The economic networks that had sustained piracy during its golden years were systematically dismantled through legal action and economic pressure. The most successful pirates recognized that the changing political and military environment required new strategies for survival. Some, like Henry Every, had accumulated sufficient wealth to retire from piracy and disappear into legitimate society. Others attempted to transform themselves into providers by obtaining commissions from colonial governors or foreign governments. A few tried to establish themselves as legitimate merchants, using their accumulated wealth to purchase respectability and protection from prosecution. The question facing the remaining pirates was whether they could adapt their methods to survive in the new environment of systematic suppression, or whether the golden age of Caribbean piracy was irreversibly ending. The forces arrayed against them were more systematic, better funded, and more determined than anything they had faced before. Could the pirate communities that had survived and prospered for nearly a decade find ways to continue their operations under these new conditions? Or would the combination of naval pressure, legal prosecution, and economic isolation finally succeed in destroying the remarkable experiment in maritime democracy that had flourished in the Caribbean since the end of the War of Spanish Succession? The systematic suppression of Caribbean piracy was not merely a matter of naval battles and legal proceedings. It was fundamentally an economic war in which the forces of legitimate authority gradually strangled the commercial networks that had sustained pirate communities for more than a decade. By 1722, the economic foundations of piracy were crumbling under the combined pressure of naval interdiction, legal prosecution, and the deliberate destruction of the markets that had made piracy profitable. The pirates, who had once seemed invincible, were discovering that their greatest vulnerability lay not in their ability to fight naval forces, but in their dependence on the same commercial systems they had spent years attacking. The transformation of Nassau from a thriving pirate haven into a struggling colonial outpost illustrated the economic dimensions of the anti-piracy campaign. Under Woodes Rogers' administration, Nassau's economy was systematically reorganized around legitimate commerce and government service rather than the disposal of pirate goods. The warehouses that had once stored captured treasure were converted to support legal trade, while the merchants who had grown wealthy purchasing stolen goods were forced to find new sources of profit or face prosecution for dealing with criminals. The impact on Nassau's population was immediate and dramatic. The island's economy had supported nearly 4,000 people at the height of the Pirate Republic, but by 1724 the population had declined to fewer than 1,500. Many former pirates had left the island to continue their criminal careers elsewhere, but others had simply disappeared into the anonymity of legitimate maritime employment or colonial society. The vibrant, diverse community that had made Nassau the unofficial capital of the pirate world was fragmenting under the pressure of economic reorganization and legal persecution. The most sophisticated analysis of piracy's economic decline came from unexpected sources: the pirates themselves. Edward Lowe, operating in the North Atlantic during the final years of the Golden Age, maintained detailed records that revealed the increasingly desperate economic situation facing Caribbean pirates. Lowe's accounts showed that the average value of captured vessels was declining steadily as merchants adopted better defensive measures and avoided areas where pirates were known to operate. More importantly, the cost of converting captured goods into usable wealth was increasing dramatically as the markets for pirate goods contracted. The insurance industry, which had been disrupted by pirate attacks during the peak years of Caribbean piracy, became a crucial weapon in the economic war against piracy. Lloyd's of London and other insurance companies began offering reduced premiums to merchants who could demonstrate that they were taking effective measures to protect their shipping from pirate attack. These measures included traveling in convoys, hiring armed guards, and avoiding routes and ports known to be frequented by pirates. The result was a systematic reduction in the opportunities available to pirates for profitable attacks. The Spanish government's response to piracy evolved from passive defense to active economic warfare. Spanish colonial authorities began offering substantial rewards for information leading to the capture of pirates, creating incentives for betrayal within pirate communities. They also implemented new trade regulations designed to make it more difficult for pirates to dispose of captured Spanish goods, requiring detailed documentation and official permits for all transactions involving precious metals, luxury goods, and other items commonly captured by pirates. The decline of the African slave trade's vulnerability to pirate attack reflected both improved defensive measures and changing economic conditions. The Royal African Company and other slave trading organizations had developed new techniques for protecting their human cargo, including the use of faster ships, better armed escorts, and more flexible routing. More importantly, the increasing integration of slave trading into the broader Atlantic economy made it easier for legitimate authorities to track and intercept vessels carrying stolen slaves. The most revealing indicator of piracy's economic decline was the changing composition of pirate crews. During the golden years of Caribbean piracy, pirate captains had been able to recruit experienced seamen who brought valuable skills and knowledge to their operations. By the mid-1720s, however, most experienced sailors were choosing legitimate employment over the declining prospects offered by piracy. New pirate recruits were increasingly drawn from the ranks of the desperate and incompetent, men who could not find employment in the legitimate maritime economy. The quality of pirate operations declined accordingly. Where the great pirate captains of the earlier period had conducted their attacks with military precision and sophisticated planning, the pirates of the 1720s often resorted to crude and desperate measures that alienated potential supporters and attracted unwanted attention from naval forces. The decline in operational quality was both a cause and a consequence of piracy's economic difficulties, creating a downward spiral that accelerated the collapse of pirate communities. The internal economics of pirate crews also began to deteriorate as external pressure mounted. The democratic principles that had governed pirate society during its golden years required a certain level of prosperity to maintain crew loyalty and prevent internal conflicts. As profits declined and risks increased, the bonds that held pirate crews together began to weaken. Crews that had once operated as cohesive democratic communities increasingly fractured into competing factions, with members deserting to join other crews or abandoning piracy altogether. The most dramatic example of internal collapse was the fate of Edward Lowe's crew, which disintegrated in 1724 when crew members discovered that Lowe had been secretly hoarding captured goods rather than distributing them according to the ship's articles. The discovery led to a mutiny that resulted in Lowe's deposition and the dissolution of one of the last major pirate crews operating in the North Atlantic. The incident demonstrated that even the most successful pirates could not maintain crew loyalty once the economic foundations of their operations were undermined. The geographic contraction of pirate operations reflected the systematic nature of the economic pressure being applied against them. Areas that had once been safe havens for pirates gradually became too dangerous to use as naval patrols increased and local authorities became more aggressive in suppressing pirate activity. Pirates were forced to operate in increasingly remote and marginal areas where the opportunities for profitable attacks were limited, and the risks of capture or destruction were high. The Caribbean islands that had supported pirate communities during the golden years gradually abandoned their tolerance for criminal activity as legitimate. Trade became more profitable and less risky than dealing with pirates. Local merchants who had once eagerly purchased pirate goods began to refuse such transactions as the legal penalties for trading with pirates increased and the economic benefits declined. The network of suppliers, informants, and collaborators that had sustained pirate operations was systematically dismantled through a combination of legal pressure and mutual economic incentives. The most sophisticated pirates recognized that their traditional methods were no longer viable and attempted to adapt their operations to the changing environment. Some tried to establish themselves as legitimate merchants, using their accumulated wealth to purchase respectability and protection from prosecution. Others attempted to transform their operations into legal privateering by obtaining commissions from colonial governors or foreign governments. A few tried to relocate their operations to areas beyond the reach of European colonial authority, including the Indian Ocean and the South Pacific. These adaptation efforts were largely unsuccessful because they failed to address the fundamental economic changes that were undermining piracy throughout the Atlantic world. The markets for pirate goods were contracting regardless of where the goods were captured. The risks associated with piracy were increasing in all areas where European naval forces could operate, and the alternative opportunities available in legitimate maritime employment were becoming more attractive as colonial economies expanded. The social fabric of pirate communities began to unravel as economic pressure mounted and internal divisions intensified. The egalitarian principles that had governed pirate society during its golden years required a certain level of shared prosperity to maintain their appeal. As that prosperity disappeared, the social bonds that had held pirate communities together began to weaken. Former shipmates turned against each other. Crews dissolved in acrimonious disputes over dwindling resources. And the solidarity that had been piracy's greatest strength became its most obvious weakness. The intelligence networks that had supported pirate operations were gradually turned against them as former allies and collaborators switched sides in response to changing economic incentives. Colonial authorities offered increasingly attractive rewards for information about pirate activities, while the penalties for supporting pirates became more severe and more consistently enforced. The result was a systematic degradation of the intelligence capabilities that had made pirate operations so successful during the golden years. The question facing the remaining pirates was whether any form of adaptation could enable them to survive in the new economic environment, or whether the fundamental changes in the Atlantic world had made their traditional way of life permanently obsolete. The systematic nature of the economic pressure being applied against them suggested that isolated adjustments to their methods would not be sufficient to restore their former prosperity. Could piracy survive the transformation of the Atlantic economy? Or would the golden age that had begun with such promise in the aftermath of the War of Spanish Succession finally come to an end? The final years of the golden age of piracy were marked not by dramatic battles or spectacular captures, but by the quiet dissolution of a way of life that had once seemed destined to reshape the maritime world. One by one, the great pirate captains, who had terrorized the Caribbean and Atlantic, fell victim to naval action, legal prosecution, or simple economic reality. Their individual fates illuminated the broader transformation that was bringing the age of piracy to an end. As the forces of legitimate authority gradually overcame the remarkable experiment in maritime democracy that had flourished in the Caribbean. For nearly 2 decades, the death of Bartholomew Roberts in February 1722 marked the symbolic end of the Golden Age, though scattered pirate activity would continue for several more years. Roberts had been the most successful pirate of his generation, capturing more than 400 vessels during his brief but spectacular career. His death in battle against HMS Swallow demonstrated that even the most skillful and experienced pirates could not indefinitely evade the systematic naval campaign that was being waged against them. More importantly, Roberts' death deprived the pirate community of its most effective leader and its most compelling example of successful criminal enterprise. The mass trial and execution of Roberts. Crew at Cape Coast Castle represented a watershed moment in the suppression of piracy. 52 men were hanged in a series of public executions that were designed to demonstrate the inevitable fate awaiting anyone who chose to engage in piracy. The executions were not merely acts of justice. They were carefully orchestrated propaganda. Events intended to discourage potential recruits and convince existing pirates to abandon their criminal careers. The psychological impact of these mass executions extended far beyond their immediate effect on Roberts' crew, contributing to the general demoralization that was undermining pirate communities throughout the AGO. The Atlantic. Edward Lowe's career during the final years of the Golden Age illustrated both the desperate measures that pirates adopted as their traditional methods became untenable, and the eternal contradictions that ultimately destroyed their communities. Lowe had gained a reputation for exceptional cruelty, even by the standards of an age when violence was commonplace. His treatment of captured enemies was so brutal that it alienated potential supporters and attracted unwanted attention from naval forces. More importantly, Lowe's behavior violated the codes of conduct that had governed pirate society during its golden years, contributing to the breakdown of the democratic principles that had been piracy's greatest achievement. The dissolution of Lowe's crew in 1724 demonstrated how internal tensions could destroy even successful pirate operations. When crew members discovered that Lowe had been secretly hoarding captured goods rather than distributing them according to the ship's articles, they responded with a mutiny that resulted in Lowe's deposition and the abandonment of their vessel. The incident reflected the broader collapse of trust and solidarity that was undermining pirate communities as external pressure mounted and internal resources declined. John Phillips, who operated in the North Atlantic during the final years of the Golden Age, represented a new generation of pirates who lacked the skills and experience of their predecessors. Phillips had never served as a legitimate privateer and had limited knowledge of navigation, seamanship, or military tactics. His crew was composed primarily of desperate men who had been unable to find employment in the legitimate maritime economy. The poor quality of Phillips' operations reflected the general decline in pirate capabilities as experienced. Seamen chose legitimate employment over the declining prospects offered by criminal enterprise. The capture and execution of Phillips in 1724 attracted little attention compared to the dramatic deaths of earlier pirate leaders. Phillips was not a charismatic figure who could inspire loyalty and admiration, nor was he a skilled tactician who could evade naval forces through superior seamanship. His death represented the inglorious end of a criminal career that had never achieved the success or notoriety of the great pirates who had preceded him. The contrast between Phillips' fate and the legendary careers of Roberts, Blackbeard, and other famous pirates illustrated how far piracy had declined from its golden years, the most poignant individual story from the final years of the Golden Age was that of Anne Bonny and Mary Read, the two women who had served aboard John Rackham's crew and had been captured with him in 1720. Both women had been sentenced to death, but had received reprieves because they were pregnant. Mary Read died in prison before her sentence could be carried out, while Anne Bonny disappeared from historical records after her trial. Their fates symbolized the broader dissolution of the pirate community and the return of its members to the anonymity of conventional society. The transformation of former pirates into legitimate members of colonial society was a complex process that reflected both the practical necessities of survival and the changing economic opportunities available in the expanding Atlantic world. Henry Jennings, who had been one of the most successful pirate leaders during the early years of the Golden Age, accepted a royal pardon and established himself as a respectable merchant in Jamaica. His transition from piracy to legitimate commerce was facilitated by the wealth he had accumulated during his criminal career and by the connections he had maintained with colonial merchants and officials. Benjamin Hornigold's transformation from pirate leader to pirate hunter illustrated the pragmatic flexibility that characterized many former pirates. Hornigold accepted a royal pardon in 1718 and subsequently used his knowledge of pirate tactics and hideouts to assist colonial authorities in suppressing his former colleagues. His career as a pirate hunter was brief but effective, contributing to the capture of several important pirate leaders before his death in a shipwreck in 1719. Hornigold's willingness to switch sides reflected the declining prospects for piracy and the attractive opportunities available to those who chose to cooperate with legitimate authority. The fate of ordinary crew members was generally less dramatic, but no less significant than that of their famous captains. Many former pirates simply disappeared into the anonymous ranks of legitimate maritime employment, their criminal careers becoming buried secrets that they carried to their graves. Others established themselves as small merchants, craftsmen, or farmers in colonial communities where their past activities were unknown or overlooked. The successful reintegration of former pirates into legitimate society demonstrated the extent to which piracy had been a temporary expedient rather than a permanent lifestyle choice for many of its participants. The economic legacy of the Golden Age was complex and contradictory. Piracy had demonstrated that the existing systems of maritime commerce were vulnerable to systematic attack by determined and well-organized criminals. The wealth that pirates had extracted from legitimate trade had been enormous, but it had also stimulated innovations in commercial protection, insurance, and naval warfare that ultimately made maritime commerce more secure and efficient. The Golden Age of piracy had served as a catalyst for improvements in the Atlantic commercial system that might not have occurred otherwise. The legal legacy of the Golden Age was equally significant. The mass trials and executions that marked the end of piracy had established important precedents for international maritime law and had demonstrated the effectiveness of coordinated legal action against criminal enterprises that operated across multiple jurisdictions. The admiralty courts that had been established to prosecute pirates became permanent institutions that continued to serve colonial justice systems. Long after piracy had ceased to be a significant problem, the social legacy of piracy was perhaps the most complex aspect of its historical impact. The democratic principles that had governed pirate communities during the Golden Age had provided a working model of egalitarian governance that influenced political thought throughout the Atlantic world. The racial integration that had characterized many pirate crews had demonstrated that cooperation between people of different backgrounds was possible and profitable, even in an age when such cooperation was rare in legitimate society. The economic equality that pirates had achieved within their communities had illustrated alternatives to the hierarchical systems that dominated conventional maritime MPL. The cultural legacy of the Golden Age extended far beyond the Caribbean, influencing literature, folklore, and popular imagination for centuries to come. The sea shanties that had emerged from pirate crews became part of the broader maritime tradition, while the stories and legends that surrounded famous pirates became staples of popular culture. The democratic ideals and egalitarian practices that had characterized pirate society influenced political movements and social reforms throughout the Atlantic world, contributing to broader developments in human rights and democratic governance. The question of what might have happened if piracy had not been suppressed remained a subject of speculation for historians and political theorists. Some argued that the democratic innovations developed by pirate communities might have spread to legitimate maritime organizations, potentially transforming labor relations throughout the Atlantic economy. Others suggested that the economic disruption caused by piracy might have forced fundamental changes in the structure of Atlantic commerce, possibly leading to more equitable distribution of wealth between European powers and their colonies. The geographic legacy of the Golden Age was visible in the transformed landscape of the Caribbean, where former pirate havens had been converted into legitimate ports and naval bases. Nassau, which had been the unofficial capital of the pirate world, became a respectable colonial town under British administration. Port Royal in Jamaica, which had served as a major base for pirate operations, was transformed into a legitimate commercial center. These physical transformations reflected the broader economic and political changes that had brought the Golden Age to an end. The technological legacy of piracy was evident in the innovations that had emerged from the naval warfare conducted. During the Golden Age, the fast, maneuverable vessels favored by pirates had influenced ship design throughout the Atlantic world, while the tactical innovations developed by both pirates and their opponents had contributed to advances in naval warfare. The intelligence networks that had supported both pirate operations and anti-piracy campaigns had demonstrated the importance of information gathering in military and commercial enterprises. The final assessment of the Golden Age of piracy required balancing its undeniable criminal nature against its significant historical achievements. The pirates who had terrorized the Caribbean for nearly 2 decades had been criminals who had caused enormous suffering and economic disruption. However, they had also created functioning democratic communities that had achieved remarkable levels of economic equality, racial integration, and social justice. Their experiments in egalitarian governance had provided working models of democratic principles that would influence political development throughout the Atlantic world. The end of the Golden Age marked not only the suppression of a criminal enterprise, but also the conclusion of one of history's most remarkable experiments in alternative social organization. The pirate communities that had flourished in the Caribbean had demonstrated that ordinary people could create functioning democratic societies based on principles of equality, mutual respect, and collective decision-making. Their achievements had been temporary, and their methods had been criminal, but their legacy would endure long after the last pirate had been hanged or had disappeared into the anonymity of legitimate society. The transformation of the Atlantic world that had brought the Golden Age to an end was itself partly a consequence of the innovations and disruptions that THE had created. The commercial systems that emerged in the aftermath of the Golden Age were more secure, more efficient, and more adaptable than those that had existed before. The naval forces that had suppressed piracy became permanent institutions that continued to protect maritime commerce for centuries to come. The legal frameworks that had been developed to prosecute pirates became foundations for international maritime law that would govern commercial relationships throughout the modern era. As the last scattered bands of pirates were hunted down and destroyed in the years following 1730, the Golden Age of piracy passed into history and legend. The men who had once seemed capable of reshaping the maritime world had been defeated by the combined forces of naval power, legal authority, and economic change. Yet their brief moment of triumph had demonstrated possibilities for human organization and social justice that would continue to inspire reformers and revolutionaries for generations to come. The Caribbean that emerged from the Golden Age was fundamentally different from the region that had existed before it. The economic systems were more integrated with the broader Atlantic economy. The political structures were more closely controlled by European colonial powers, and the social hierarchies were more rigidly enforced. The democratic experiments that had flourished aboard pirate vessels and in pirate communities had been suppressed. But the memory of their achievements would endure as a reminder that alternative forms of social organization were possible, and that ordinary people could create extraordinary communities when given the opportunity and motivation to do so. The Golden Age of piracy had ended not with a dramatic final battle, but with the quiet recognition that the world had changed in ways that made piracy impossible to sustain. The economic forces that had created opportunities for piracy had been transformed by the very success of pirate operations, while the political forces that had tolerated piracy had been replaced by more systematic and determined opposition. The social conditions that had made piracy attractive to thousands of ordinary seamen had been altered by the expansion of legitimate opportunities in the growing Atlantic economy. In the end, The golden age of piracy was both a criminal enterprise and a remarkable social experiment, both a disruption of legitimate commerce and a catalyst for innovation and reform. Its legacy would continue to influence political thought, economic development, and popular culture long after the last pirate had vanished from the Caribbean waters that had once been their domain. The story of the Golden Age was ultimately the story of human potential, the capacity of ordinary people to create extraordinary communities, even under the most challenging circumstances, and the equally human tendency to suppress such innovations when they threaten established order and conventional authority. Forget the parrots and polished gold reel. Piracy was muddy boots, splintered decks, sleepless watches, and storms louder than cannon fire. Tonight, we set sail not for treasure, but for truth. From the Caribbean waves to whispered mutinies under moonlight, we'll drift gently through the golden age of piracy, where legends were born in hammocks, swaying with the sea. If calm tides of old tales and wooden ships help carry you into dreams, then you're right where you need to be. Subscribe now and tap the bell icon to explore more of history's wildest chapters, told with a whisper, not a roar. Before we continue, I'd love to know where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now. It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching.